every single night I feel like people are just coming after me, and I don't want to see the devil again. Even though it's already been like almost 4 years to the day, I'm still really scared of that. With human beings, like I said before, I mean, you can kind of fight it really. Like, I guess it's just an instinctual thing, but I don't know, with the devil, you just can't. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, like in cold sweats. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, especially given the fact that I'm being tortured. So, I'm in my dad's room right now. I just don't feel safe in my basement. So, I'm just staying up here with my dog, Rally. I lost my charger in the park. Now I'm using another cable that I have here. They stopped torturing me for a little bit, for a few hours. I'm just gonna try and go to sleep. I need a longer cable, but this is not gonna suffice, so whatever. I think I'll just use the laptop and whatever, and then when I go to sleep, then I'll switch to the phone and whatever else, so. I'm not trying to, like, put on a show. Like, sometimes I don't sleep for sometimes 30, 40 hours straight, and I get so fucking tired. Alright, I'm gonna try and just, ignore it and use the laptop and whatever else. Rally, relax, honey. You wanna use the bathroom? You want a treat? No, I think that's what you want. You're not gonna get a treat. Hold on, let me check my live stream. God, this fucking screen is too bright. Relax, honey, stop. Well, testing, testing. Alright, Rally, stop it. I'm so fucking tired. I'm so tired of the abuse that I've been through. Oh, that's interesting. Um, I would screen share, but I found out about a website called academia.edu from ChatGPT, so I published my papers on there, so people can access it in their database. So I want to go on more websites tomorrow, but I'm just having a kind of hard time dealing with the things I need to do, even though I'm doing a pretty good job anyway. I'm just feeling a lot of stress and whatever else, so it's very hard to just be consistent. Let me switch this over to the other side, so I can just leave the fucking laptop on my other side and then just use my phone, because I want to use my phone to go to sleep. And there's no like room there, so I could just charge there. I'll give it like another maybe hour or so, because it's already at like 40%, and this fucking thing is so slow. just wish that things could be a lot more normal, that I didn't have to go through so much stress every day. Like, sometimes, not even just a single day, but like 30, 40 hours of being tortured and like not being able to sleep. Like, they stopped doing it for a little bit right now, but I'm just so tired. I want to go to sleep without taking drugs, and like, I want to go back to being normal again. As a matter of fact, I think I'm just gonna call it a night and try and sleep. This needs to get the fuck out of the way. Well, I already talked about this with you. I'm very poor as an individual. I've only got $2.04 to my name. And they keep torturing the living hell out of me. And I used to have an apartment where I used to work, and I helped pay the bills of my dad and everything else too. So this is my dad's house, so whatever. He lets me stay here because I'm his son, so whatever. I just want to go to sleep. You see where my dog is? No, I'm not trying to capture a ghost. I'm trying to get some accountability from fucking criminals, and fucking demons or whatever that are bothering me. I'm trying to just have some peace of mind because I feel like it's another deterrent not to have a live stream. It's not because I'm being a fucking weirdo creep. Because sometimes I don't feel that way, but then sometimes, like, even though you might think it's suspicious paranoia, I just don't feel safe. I feel like I need to do it. But if things are gonna get better, then I don't need to feel so fucking paranoid. So, and I'm 300 pounds today. Last week I was 309 pounds. So, with all of the other stuff besides fat loss, um, I think in terms of fat, I probably lost anyway 2 pounds. So it's not bad. I want to get down to like, I don't know, maybe like 230 again. That's probably like where I should be. Because I have way too much fat for my lean body mass. So I don't really care so much about taking steroids in because that was already said and done in the past. So whatever. I guess I could, but it's like I've changed in the way I am. I've been reading about like Buddhism and Hinduism concerning asceticism. I'm more like that now. I'm looking to like just detach myself from the material world. I definitely don't want to see the devil or engage with the devil. I'm gonna do some more research in that tomorrow, but I have so much responsibilities to take care of. Like I have to repair my clothes and stuff, like stitch them up together, and I have to get more stuff that I'm gonna give away to charity um, in my basement for myself. And that's really it. I don't have that much more to do. I can't keep walking around because I have damage to my toenail bed, and it's really bad. So I need to make sure that I'm taking time to rest. But it cleared up about 15% in terms of the opacity. So in terms of like how bruised it was. So I was like, wow, that's pretty good because I was taking bioactive collagen and elastin and lymphocytine and a bunch of other stuff, and then it had cleared up about 15% in terms of my relative measurement of it. So if I keep doing that for a little while, even though I do that every single day, probably within 3 to 4 weeks, if I don't keep walking on my feet, then I'll be all right. But I need to pick up my medication tomorrow because if they keep torturing me, I'm gonna try a new protocol that I came up with by using ChatGPT. I was thinking about it. Let's see what my doctor prescribes me because I just need a lot of medication to deal with the fucking stress that they put me through. But like a lot of magnesium to override the action potential impulsivity, and maybe gabapentin too. So that seems pretty good. That seems like a good idea to just override the fucking shit. But but I got a really fast tolerance to gabapentin. I really quick tolerance. So it works differently than other drugs that affect the neurotransmitter systems in your brain. So yeah, I saw the devil. I saw the devil numerous times. But then when I saw him face to face, I was utterly terrified. That was really scary. Like I couldn't even breathe. I couldn't even move for like 2 seconds straight. And the goosebumps were on my skin. The hairs are standing on my neck. Sometimes I still think about it, and it's like an unconscious fear. Because that's not a human being. It's not an animal. It's nothing that I understand. So I don't know what that is or whatever. I just want to go to sleep tonight. I don't want. I don't. I want to be delivered from evil. I don't want evil to take over the world. It seems like you're in Bud Lake. It seems like they're proliferated in Bud Lake and they turn this place into like fucking Silent Hill or whatever. It doesn't even seem like Bud Lake anymore. It seems like a lot of the people here are not who they say they are. They haven't lived here in a long time or whatever else. It's very scary what's happening here. If you know what's happening in Bud Lake, probably not in Flanders, but this half of the Mile Township, if you've lived around here for a long time and you see the new people that are here and wherever else, they haven't been here. They all own like Teslas and whatever else. And there's a bunch of there's a bunch of different people in symbolic houses like with the number 23 or whatever or 13, and they have like a Tesla or whatever else. And I took pictures of their houses, and they have a bunch of satanic symbolism signifying that they're sex trafficking kids there and killing kids there or whatever else. I must have seen at least like 10 or 15 houses like that in this area. And I was like, dude, I already know what they're doing. They're buying out a bunch of people here, and they're putting in a bunch of people to come after me and my other neighbors that are going to stay here. So this is going to be a war, bro. That's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what's happening in Bud Lake, and I already know. And then I started gathering the evidence. I have it all on my phone. So yeah, there's no conspiracy here. It's actually happening, and even in this local proximity, there's like already 3 or 4 houses that are a bunch of fucking satanic hideouts, full of people who are fucking torturing kids to death and whatever else. And you know what? The reason you don't hear it or whatever else, they silence the kids and then they have insulation in the houses and they're blatant about their trafficking and their symbolism. But I already know which houses are suspect because they're so obvious about it. But the thing is, that there's too much risk for me to just go in those houses, but I can't because I'm not the police. So, and what is one guy police supposed to do? There's already like 3 or 4 houses around here. There are a bunch of fucking satanic hideouts where they're fucking torturing kids to death and whatever else. I'm telling you, if you live around here in Bud Lake and you've been around here for a long time and you're really about your business, you should fight to the death because things are not going to turn out so well. And I've been noticing this too, like when I go walk in the park early in the morning, or even sometimes right when I go to Turkey Brook Park, there's a bunch of people, fucking glow niggers, fucking CIA, FBI, whatever, and a bunch of people here with Teslas and whatever else. There's no fucking way all of you people are buying fucking Teslas here in Bud Lake. You got to be kidding me. Do you know how anomalous that is? Even though, even though he's supposed to be with Donald Trump's best friend or whatever, the people around here in Bud Lake, they're more conservative concerning actually being Christian or whatever else, and they don't even really support that political nonsense in terms of Trump. They'll probably wave a few people around here have like Trump flags, but they're not that serious. And there's a lot of Democrats around here too, as a matter of fact. And even those people, they don't even support that stupid duopoly shit. But then with the Teslas and whatever else, you should look at the pictures that I'm going to upload to Google Drive. You'll see the exact houses where they're at, and they're fucking torturing the kids to death, and all of those houses. And I've seen them come on my father's property numerous times. They've come around the property, they've come into the house, and I've heard them. My dog and I hear them, and then they're right outside my bedroom door. Sometimes they're right outside the window here too. And I'm just wondering if I'm gonna die that night. I'm wondering if they're gonna shoot me through the wall or whatever else or kill me. And I don't think so because I think they're trying to capture me. But I've already barricaded the house, and then I've already locked everything. So, what if the police come here? I'm not gonna do that because they're uniformed law enforcement officers. At least there's some modicum of trust there. But obviously not fucking satanic sex traffickers who are trying to torture you. Man, I'll tell you what. If you're listening and you live here in Mount Olive, you should start investigating what's happening too. I'm gonna upload everything to my Google Drive, and you're gonna see exactly who I'm talking about. I've already identified 15 houses around here since I've been doing my exercise since like last November, and then because that's what I do sometimes. I've been waiting for the opportunity to reveal this, but I've been surveilling the neighborhood, and I've been taking notes on my phone and whatever else, and I've been monitoring the neighborhood. I've been monitoring the anomalous behavior of what people are doing, like when I'm going to Turkey Brook Park at like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning to exercise, and there's like a bunch of people walking around in the middle of the darkness, waving around flashlights or whatever else. And the exact time that I go there, yes, all black cars are coming. People, where they think that I'm stupid enough to not know that they have fake plates. There was a bunch of fucking perps that were following me with fake plates numerous times. And you know what I think they're trying to do? I think they're trying to come into close range proximity to shoot me with a sedative dart, and then anesthetize me and traffic me. But I'm not fucking dumb because it seems like they don't want to kill me. It seems like they want to traffic me and capture me, but I'm not gonna let that happen. Not while I'm on foot or even on my father's property. But I'm scared sometimes because when I take drugs to anesthetize myself and go to sleep, I feel like they might take me in my sleep. And you know what? Even though I'm a big guy, if I'm anesthetized in my sleep, this is a good reason why I should do this. If with the live stream, if I'm anesthetized in my sleep, how the fuck am I gonna stop like 4 or 5 guys who are fucking huge as hell and fucking muscular as fuck and whatever the case is, while I'm literally fucking anesthetized asleep, and they're gonna tie me up and then capture me. If the Mount Olive police are listening, and you're actually going to help, you should talk to me about the people that I know that are part of these sex trafficking cults and these satanic cults where they're torturing kids to death. So I know the exact houses around here. I've already identified around 15 of them. And these people, because I know most of the people that live around here, at least indirectly, because I don't talk to all of my neighbors like 24/7. But my father and I, we've been here for the last 20 years. At least my father more directly, and I come here occasionally because I used to have my own apartment and stuff too. So listen, all of those people, they never lived here. Like 15 houses, like in this direct proximity of this area. And then when I started going out for exercise in the middle of the winter to also harden myself and train my survivalist skills, where I was doing land navigation and practicing, not like setting fires or whatever, because it's obviously very dangerous, but like surveying and seeing how wildlife interacts, and even in the winter and whatever else, but also in the fucking freezing cold, making sure that I was tolerant of it, but then also with enough insulation. I started noticing the houses that were that were particularly abandoned, and there were new people there, the Teslas and certain symbolic places and whatever else, the red lights and even in the middle of the day times, and other trafficking signs too, like brand new renovation of realtors selling houses where I've known people have lived there for like 30 to 40 years and whatever else. That's not normal. A lot of the people around here are lifelong people who have basically retired. A lot of people around here are like retirees, and their families and stuff have lived here, and it's a generational kind of thing. It's not like a city where there's a lot of turnover in apartments or whatever else. The people around here are very conservative, and they've been here for a long time. And I've already seen about a quarter of a click down the street, right across the street, right down the street. That's already three houses here, and then there's two more in this area too. And then even going down the street on Mount Olive Road, there's two houses right across from one another, and they're stupid enough to think that I wouldn't even notice that they have that trafficking symbolism there. Man, that's fucking scary. Because you want to know what they're doing in there? You do know what they're doing in there, right? They're like trafficking kids to those places. They're like sexually molesting them. They're like torturing them to death. Man, that's fucking scary. If the police are ever gonna do anything about it, you're gonna need an integration. Do I do that? No. You're gonna Yeah, and you can even do a forensic analysis here. My father and I are good people, but my father, I'm a little suspicious of him. Not that he's involved in that, but I think he's scared to talk about what's actually happening. But I don't know. I don't really trust him so much. But I have nowhere else to live, and obviously I'm not gonna go to the new neighbors around here. So, but you know what? Ah, um, if the police are ever going to do anything about it with an integration of forces, you're going to need a few SWAT teams in those places, because I wouldn't doubt it if the people inside there have a lot of guns and whatever else, and they're like and they're like they've got the sit rep locked down, they've got the situation locked down in the sense that they've got like crossfire advantage and whatever else, and that they're ready to start shooting at the police and whatever else too. Think about it. You think those people that are fucking torturing kids to death are gonna say, yeah, yeah, you know what? You come here and arrest me. I've been torturing kids like crazy. And dude, even some of these neighbors, even in this close proximity, some of these houses, the people have been living here for their entire fucking lives. They're like retirees here, and then suddenly you've been buying all of them out. Dude, there's no way that this is gonna turn out well for anybody who's actually good here. But see, there's still a lot of people in this neighborhood who don't even know what's really happening, because they're only doing that to target me. And they're coming on my father's property at night and whatever else, and they're gonna try and capture me. So that's why I can't even sleep so well sometimes, because I'm always on edge. I'm always fucking tense as fuck, man. I'm tense as fuck if they're gonna kill my dog and maybe try and capture me or whatever else. I'm fucking tense as fuck. And then they've come into the house before. They've tried. They've tried to like. They've tried to breach sometimes my rooms. I've seen like scratches in the door and whatever else. And they're trying to like They're trying to break in. Sometimes I even hear them, my dog and I even hear them trying to enter the door and whatever else. And now you're asking me why don't I call the police? Because if I'm going to call the police, then I need to have evidence that they're directly there, not that they're just there in passing, trying to get in, whatever else. So I'm so tired. What a shame! I never expected a place like this, literally Mount Olive, to start turning into a place like this. If you still live here and you know about what's happening and you're listening to me, you can hold me accountable. I'm a good boy, and my father's a good man too. But he's been a little duplicitous about what's really happening. So I'm a little suspicious of him. But I love him, so whatever. And I have nowhere else to live. But with me, you can trust me. I mean, you can do a forensic analysis of this house and whatever else and see that I'm not fucking torturing people or anything else. I'm the one being tortured. And you know what? If I was so amenable to that, why would I even be like live streaming something like this and exposing where I live and whatever else and having all of my fucking contact information on the internet and whatever else? Sometimes I'm awake for like 40 fucking hours straight. I can't sleep because they're torturing me. Man, that's scary as fuck, bro. I wonder where they're getting all of these little kids from or whatever else. And every single night, they're coming into these houses with a bunch of people who don't live in this neighborhood and whatever else. They did the same thing in Elizabeth. They did the same thing in Jersey City. They did the same thing in Hoboken. Man, that's fucking scary. That's fucking scary as fuck. That they can penetrate so many different places and then have like your fucking Silent Hill death cult in a fucking apartment here, a house there, someone is up here and there and here and there. So that's scary as fuck. You know, if evil did take over the world and the universe, I wouldn't doubt it if we would just live forever, like in midnight, and we would never see the sun again, and we would just live in an extremely evil world, like where we were all going to be fucking tortured like crazy. And I think even the devil, if that's necessarily true, is most likely even trying to deceive the people he's using as like his foot soldiers and whatever else. He's probably going to torture them too. But I fail to understand how it's supposed to make sense. How the fuck does he give them agency when they already have agency, but then he's gonna control them? So I don't know what that means. So whatever. Man, I'm so fucking tired. I just want to sleep. I've been sleeping over like 19 hours already, and I came to lay down in bed like like 5 or 6 hours ago, and I passed out unconscious, and then I just woke up a few hours later, and I've been going through that routine a lot lately, like where I just lay down in bed, and I don't even remember going to sleep, and then I passed out unconscious, and I'm just like, going through the ringer of the torture and whatever else. So sometimes they stop and give me a break, but then usually it's very consistent. So all right. Well, if the police were called to come here right now, listen, you're not gonna gaslight me or do anything else because I already told you what the actual truth is. I didn't do anything, and don't take it out on me because that's not gonna make the reality go away. that you're gonna have to deal with it and that it's not my fault. That's not gonna work because the reality's still gonna be there anyway. What do you think happened when I was gone? Back in last August until mid fucking October or whatever it was, and then later, from fucking January to February for a month. Do you think it stopped here? Do you think they stopped torturing kids in those houses or whatever else? Nope. I'll tell you what though, if you don't fight, then what's really going to happen is they're going to deceive you and your family. And I don't want to do this to you. I want you to be free and happy. They're going to deceive you, and you think you're going to get something out of it. But they're really trying to corral as many people as possible around me and a bunch of politically inconvenient targets because they've already inoculated 80% of the world with a death shot vaccine, whatever else. I only have trust in daylight because every time it gets darker right here, I don't feel even safe in my own home. If you know me, I need you. I need you. If you care about me, I need you to come here and help me. I don't know what to tell you. I need a guardian angel. I need you to pray to God to make it stop. sleep. This stuff keeps me up at night. Even if they're not torturing me, I don't even feel safe at home anymore. I can't sleep. how many fucking nights I'm like this. I'm so fucking tense. I'm fucking on edge. Like I can't fucking rest in fucking peace anymore. It's like, it seems strange. Like, it seems weird. But if you give me the fair benefit of the doubt, like there is an actual necessity to be so tense sometimes. And like, I don't know how to further explain it to you. It's like every single day, the only good living souls out here that already know what's going on, they've already hunkered down for fucking Armageddon. If you catch my drift. So it's like, it's scary because we're reaching that tipping point where you thought, your good Samaritan next door is is not the person who you said they were. You said they were. I want to warn you something. Yeah. I want to warn you about something. I'm sorry. If you think you're gonna defeat me in detail, if you think you're gonna penetrate this fucking house and try and capture me, like if there's some hold up problem trying to get to me, I'm gonna kill you. You know I'm gonna kill you, right? You know you're gonna fucking die, right? You do know that I'm not gonna let you sex traffic me to your house, right? Even if you're our friendly neighborhood sex trafficking rapist or whatever. You know I'm gonna kill you, right? And then like most people would stop and say, gee, I wonder if I'm gonna let my new neighbors come over and serenade my asshole or whatever and take me to their house instead of having me welcome them actually naturally instead of the other way around. Where mi casa is mi casa and not su casa. Well, only su casa if I let it be su casa, etc., etc. Do you think I'm just gonna fucking let you sex traffic me to your house? I'm gonna kill you. And I think I'll gladly enjoy it. I'm gonna fucking beat your ass senses, my nigga. I'm gonna beat your ass senses, girl. I'm gonna beat your ass senses. Shaniqua shit, girl. You should. They talking real reckless. Talking real reckless to Ruckus Rowdy Piper. She a little doggy, a little girly, a little puppy. She talking real reckless out the mouth, out the mouth. A little doggy. I gotta hit him with the chopper. I'm gonna hit you with the chopper, the slicer, the dicer, the spritzer, everything all in one. Ja, hit him with the chopper. 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 Hit him with the chopper. Your, your friendly neighborhood satanic rapist. Your friendly neighborhood conjuring going ahead. your, your friendly your friendly neighborhood conjuring going ahead vampire zombie that came straight out of the graves. They're straight out of the crypts of Mount Olive. The fucking tales from the dead crypt keeper. Oh, hello there. Hello, little Johnny. We know you can't sleep at night. We're here to help you. You gotta hit him with the I believe in God, or at least I do. Most of the time, my faith is hurt. You gotta hit him with the. You gotta hit him with the divinity. You gotta hit him with the. You gotta hit him with a diviner. You gotta hit him with the. You gotta hit him with the flashlight. With the real chopper. You should, if you feel the same way, Aaron House, you should do the same thing to him. So listen, I triple dog dare you. It's all over the internet, and I'm live streaming right now. And then I'll probably wake up my fucking deep, I'll wake up out of my deep torpor and call the police anyway and hit you right across the head with a fucking flashlight. Boom. Get out of my house. You ain't allowed here. It's me, Casa. It's not Sue Casa. Get out of my house. This ain't Casa Ria. You go back to Casa Ria. It's not your casa. This ain't Sue Casa. You know, you know what's strange to me? Every single time I go to the park and I go there to exercise at like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, it's the same fucking people walking around in circles and they're just pointing flashlights in the ground. I'm like, dude, you gotta be kidding me. Do you know how scary that is? Dude, that's a little weird. But every single day that I go to the park, maybe the early morning risers or whatever. Maybe the neighbors. You think you're gonna defeat me in detailer in detail? I don't think you know about me. I'm a detailer. I'm gonna detail you. You're the one who's gonna get defeated in detail. You're talking to an autodidactical detailer. I'm a clock cleaner. You're not gonna defeat me in detail. I'm gonna detail you out of my house. You're gonna get you're gonna get detailed the fuck out of here for sure. You should hightail it the hell out of get the hell out of Dodge before you th- before you let things get worse. If you're gonna get close to me, I'm gonna show you about some detailing for sure. We're gonna get right down to the details. I'm gonna show you about those kind of details for sure. What about the regular police? Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Listen, don't if you're gonna come here in in your uniform, then no. But if you're not gonna come here in your uniform and you don't have permission, then yes. But if you do have permission, I don't know, then show me a badge or something. So you have to be a weirdo creep that's gonna like fucking, sorry, my fucking ass itchy. Disgusting. Stinky. It's not perfect, but whatever. Adam cleans is itchy. But like, come on. Like, do you think that's very professional? Even for like like ununiformed law enforcement, like a private detective, to be fucking sniffing around your house and trying to burst through your fucking doors or whatever, or with a warrantless, a no knock warrantless entry, dude. Especially given the fact that the person that you're gonna be harassing has no criminal record and you have no case against him for doing anything malicious, but it's only because he's being tortured like crazy. That would be a fucking public relations nightmare for you. And then I would say, listen, you could just call me on the phone or make your presence known. And then if you're even if you're ununiformed, then you can show me some actual identification and proof while I'm live streaming you. Then I give you the common decency of coming here. But then see, I wouldn't doubt it if they would actually try and do that too. But I'm not stupid, so I'm gonna call where you're saying you're coming from, and then I'm gonna double check and make sure that it's real law enforcement, and then you can do whatever. I don't know. But then again, this is my father's property, but I'm here currently, so you still have the you still have the jure authority to come here and then do whatever you need to investigate or detain me or whatever else. So, well, listen, I'll tell you what. I'm not a criminal just because I listen to rap music or whatever else sometimes. As a matter of fact, I support following the law almost 100%. And when I don't support it, it seems like the law seems to be unreasonable, or that people, because there are certain people in power or certain positions of power or the illusion of their own who are just extremely corrupt and evil. I don't support that. Man, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. What's a good example? Like in some jurisdictions, it's still a fucking crime to possess marijuana as a Schedule One substance, and then you'll go to jail for fucking 25 years if you have a little bit of marijuana or something stupid like that. Like just like let's see how you get ounce of marijuana in your closet, and it's like in a box or whatever. I don't know if my dad does. I don't smell it. But then again, that's neither here nor there because it's already a given that if my dad doesn't want me to go through his stuff, then I'm not gonna bother him. So, but I don't. He obviously can't anyway because he gets tested by the DOT for his job. So, but that's a different case. So, but the point that I'm trying to make is that well, like that compared to like fucking being a serial killer running around, stabbing people in the neck in the middle of the night, just smoking some weed in your fucking apartment seems, and then getting sentenced 20 to 25 years in prison, 25 to life or whatever, seems relatively extremely harsh in terms of fucking laws that don't make sense. In terms of just, even though you're breaking the law, you're not really bothering anybody. So, man, the police don't have time for that shit in jurisdictions where it's like it's already a given that like that's already a non sequitur. They don't have time for stupid bullshit. Man, get the fuck out of here. If even if I was in a jurisdiction where that was the case, and then I got called because somebody was like innocuously smoking marijuana and not bothering anybody or something stupid, I'd say, man, get the fuck out of here. Especially if they kept calling over and over and over and over. And then I would get fucking aggravated and then charge you with fucking, with whatever those crimes are for misuse of police services or whatever else. You know, it's a really good example of this swatting. Because when you SWAT somebody, like, and you're a fucking piece of shit, like Joshua Connor Moon or whatever, innocent people can die and then get really hurt for doing nothing wrong, and then you just threw away so many lives for stupid bullshit because you're a little fucking faggot dweeb loser. Stupid. And it's already a given. I like the civility and civilization. I don't want anarchy. Even if I'm calling for like revolutionary movements because too the government's too fucking evil and corrupt. You don't think good law enforcement, are not going to be part of that movement themselves? And I say, listen, man, get the fuck out of here. If I'm going to get orders from my superiors or from a fucking bunch of hook nosed cossery and coneheads who are going to tell me that I need to be raped for the rest of my life, man, get the fuck out of here. Eat shit and die. Eat hot lead and die, you dumb twat. You dumb Kazarian, Casa de Marsu. You're hocking yourself off like a Sicilian slice. You're a dumb fucking rotten Casa de Marsu. And Sicilian slices are not even good, but I'd much rather have a Sicilian slice than a fucking rotten Casa de Marsu. Straight on a fucking fucking rotten Casa or whatever. a pink taco, or whatever. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb twat, you dumb caca. You're a fucking rotten Costa de Marcio. You're nothing close to a Sicilian slice. And I'm hashtagging Team Deep Dish. You're rotten Costa de Marcio, straight out of a cosmic. Man, I can defend against that too. You think I'm not going to be able to notice you throwing a flashbang grenade into my room? You think I can't close my eyes? I'm obviously not going to like the sound so much, but you think I can't close my? You don't think I'm going to notice something like that? Oh yeah, you just threw a fucking object into my room. No, it's a fucking confetti bomb. It's my fucking birthday. Surprise! What do you think it is? Man, now, something that would be dangerous would be if it was like fucking, a fucking smoke grenade full of chemicals or whatever else. That would be hard for me to prepare against. But I would just try and not breathe for a little bit, and then cover up my face, and then defeat you in detail anyway. Even if you came in here with gas masks, because I'm still not gonna let you fucking sex check me. That's stupid. This is a dumb crackhead extortion scheme. What really happened is it's been months upon years that you've been trying to do this shit, and all you've done is manage to buy out a few people around here, and everyone else is still tried and true and a true trooper. And listen, we're gonna say, listen, we don't want you to do that to us. We're gonna curb stomp your ass. You're gonna get fucking pwned. There's only so many fucking dumb Kazarian coneheads you can have in one of those houses at the same time that they're here or there or anywhere, like Dr. Seuss would say, and then you're just gonna get curb stomped. If there's a bunch of innocent victims in there in the utilitarian calculus and they can't be saved, but you're going to be a pain in the ass, then you're going to get curb stomped any way you cut it, if you catch my drift. Unfortunately for the innocent victims, no matter what happens to you, in the utilitarian calculus, if everyone has to suffer, or a large majority of Bud Lake that doesn't want to be raped and tortured for you has to suffer, then unfortunately in the utilitarian calculus, it's still not their fault, so you're not going to burden them with that either. But then I guess in the utilitarian calculus, we can't be so cruel to just fucking nuke your house or whatever. And you know what? A lot of people are, a lot of people think that the people like around here are like hicks or hillbillies or whatever. My dad was just stereotypical like that. I was like, that's so stereotypical. The people around here are like higher working class and lower to middle class, and not like extremely rich or whatever else. But they're not hick hillbillies or whatever. I was like, that's extremely stereotypical of the people who live around here, and that doesn't seem like it's a very nice way to treat the people living around here. So I don't think of them that way. I think of a lot of people, at least not the new neighbors or whatever, are actually good, prim and proper people, and they have families. A lot of people around here are retirees, and they're in their 60s and 70s and 80s and whatever else. And I don't necessarily know why, because you live on the top of a mountain, and it doesn't seem like if you have unless you have somebody to take care of you, that seems like a good idea to live on top of a mountain where it takes like 15 minutes to commute anywhere in terms of your retirement home. But whatever, that's neither here nor there with me, because that's not my personal responsibility for, I would say for like, I don't know, for at least 20 to maybe like 25% of like the amount all of people that live here, at least in terms of their family homes or whatever else. Because it's simply you forget that somehow the people don't have families and that they don't have, 45 quadrillion houses like you do or whatever in Bud Lake. But usually normal people in Bud Lake only have one house here. That's a good question. How many people could I defeat in detail? Well, in terms of the battle assessment, it depends on how many people are coming at me at once, and how many choke points I can have, and how many people are going to line up in terms of being defeated in detail. I'd probably say I could probably handle 7 or 8 people at this point, especially if your intention is to capture me and not kill me. You're probably going to be defeated in detail. And I'm gonna call the police too. And I'm already live streaming, so it's not even worth it. You should just stay in your little sex dungeon, your little rape dungeon, and go rape yourself or whatever. Let's see if you're gonna do it on your favorite day, March 23rd of this year. Let's see your favorite day, your Christmas. I'm highly alert, and I've also epigenetically enhanced my body where I can deal with almost 40 to 50 plus hours of no sleep and fatigue. So don't worry, you're not gonna defeat jack shit in detail with me. I'm gonna fucking curb stomp your ass by myself with my dog too. And if you hurt my dog, I'm gonna hurt you in a furious frenzy. And you're acting as if I don't hear you at night, or as if I don't see you on my property, or as if you think that I'm hallucinating, or that my dog's hallucinating too. She's not stupid. She's not schizophrenic or whatever. And my dog is vicious. So if you think you're gonna, even if you think you're gonna hurt her, and if you do hurt her, I'm gonna go right to where you are. And if you hurt my dog on this property, I'm gonna viciously hurt you while I call the police at the same time. I don't care about standing your ground laws and council doctrine laws. If you hurt my little dog, I'm gonna really hurt you. And you know what? I think it might be well within the discretion thereof, because it seems like if you're gonna let those heinous and grievous criminals get away with what they already did, they're probably gonna come back and do it again because they're too naive and gullible to think they can get away with it. So I don't really care nonetheless. You see, this is the exact kind of thing you should do when you think that you're probably going to get into a civil war or a revolutionary civil war and or both. This is the kind of exact thing that you should do. Live stream, call the police. When there's a bunch of Khazri and Conehead zombies in your house, let's see what the police have to say about it. Well, that's strange. These people all look like the guy from Tales from the Crypt. What are they doing in your house? Are they supposed to be in the grave? What are they doing here? What are they bothering you for? We're gonna have to take you in for processing. We're gonna have to charge you. You were supposed to stay in the grave. You're not supposed to be bothering this poor innocent man here at 10 Chelsea Drive in Bud Lake, New Jersey. He's he's a good boy. He didn't do anything. You know you're supposed to be in the grave, right? You're not supposed to be walking around like you're already a dead man walking. You're supposed to be in the grave. You're not supposed to be in this house and that house and this house and another house, but like you're supposed to be in the grave. Well, no shit, the devil's intimidating. Well, that's like the scariest thing that any human could possibly ever see. And with me, I'm a highly conditioned and resilient person because of the drugs that I took. And like in terms of instinctual fear, well, I barely even feel any of that at all. Like I'll feel like an adrenaline rush, but not really any fear concerning that because I'm ready to deal with whatever may come in terms of like a human being or animal or like I don't even have like even unconscious instinctual fears anymore. Like I used to be like scared of heights and sometimes get vertigo, but that doesn't scare me. I don't think anymore. It doesn't. Like, I don't even care about that. That seems like an absurdity in terms of proper building codes or whatever. But that's completely different from seeing the fucking devil and like literally not having any control over your body at all. For like 2 seconds, I was petrified to even see him face to face. And I was like, I don't even have control over my body. And I was praying to God. I was like, can you make him go away? And I was like, whatever that thing is, I was like, can you make it go away? Because there's nothing I can do right now. And I was looking at it and I was utterly petrified. There was goosebumps all over my body and the hair was standing up in the back, all over my body. I was like, what the fuck is that? I don't know how many times do you think a schizophrenic person is going to have all of these certain things happening to them, and at the same time they're embellishments, at the same time they're hallucinations, at the same time, you know, the devil's not criminally trespassing in an innocent person's house or whatever. I don't know what the Olive Twist can do about that. Maybe they might want to call the police or whatever. But if there's a bunch of concentrated Conan zombies here, you're gonna say, listen, you know you're supposed to be in the crypt, right? You know you're supposed to be at least the morgue, right? You're not supposed to be walking around at night. You're not supposed to be you're not supposed to be vampires walking around at night. You're supposed to be in your crypt. You're supposed to be in your coffin. You know that, right? You're not supposed to be walking around harassing people who didn't do anything to you. You know what the law is, right? You're supposed to be in your grave. Somebody's supposed to drive a stake through your chest. You're not supposed to get out of your grave. That's suspicious because I hear a lot of stuff happening outside. But that could be somebody in their car or whatever. But it doesn't seem like it. I'm ready. I'm locked and loaded and ready to go whenever you are. If you think you're gonna get into my house like that. So I don't think so. Nope. And the next time the police are recruiting for the academy or whatever else, or anybody applies to be an officer, you should put in the application. Little fucking faggot bitches like Mark Zuckerberg, little fucking bitches don't apply. Real only real men and real women apply. Not a little fucking like a faggot ass bitch loser. You don't apply because you're a liability and you're a little bitch. You can't do this job. You, in order to do this job, you have to not be a little bitch, a little coward. You need to be a real man. You need to put on your big boy pants and tighten up your hip belt buckle and be a real fucking man because there's a lot of risk that comes to yourself to actually serve a higher calling. So you can't be a little bitch. So that's the first problem. The first problem here is that you're a little bitch, so you should have never been here. Maybe you should be a contractor on being a scrum master or whatever, or spit shiner, or a hawk doer from the police or whatever. I think that's neither here nor there because I don't think I don't think they have time for that in this station. Maybe if they drill that into their into their hawk tour system or whatever at home, then sure. But I don't think that's within the discretionary budget of the knowledge police department. So you're probably gonna have to get your own hawk touring on your own time. You're probably gonna have to get your own scrumming on your own time. Your own rim jobbing, spit shining on your own time. Unfortunately, that's not a perk here or an amenity here. you, that also falls under the not being a little bitch thing, et cetera, et cetera. It's already a given because this is actually a job where you have to actually work. There's no hawk doing on the job. There's no. I guess maybe you could do that to yourself, but you gotta do that maybe in the bathroom or something. You gotta do a little, go spit shine your shoes or whatever you do. A nickel and dime shine or whatever. Make sure you're prim and proper. We have a research process, so don't waste all of that. Don't waste all of that wax, but buffing yourself off there, Chief. You might wanna tighten up your belt buckle just a little bit. Use a little saliva and maybe a little physics, a little dirty napkin or whatever, and not too dirty, but just buff it clean. Too much wax is a waste. Ma, I got the job, Ma. I'm gonna be a motherfucker at Facebook. Oh, honey, I knew you could always do it. You always wanted that job to be a motherfucker at Facebook. Now I got an important question for you, honey. You're not gonna work from home, right? Well, I got the job. I'm gonna be a sex offender, rapist, motherfucker at Facebook. And for the FBI and for the CIA or whatever. Oh, I'm so proud of you, honey. But I got an important question for you. You're not gonna work from home, right? You need to get your mind off of it. You need to go take a walk to work and maybe commute to work. But you're not gonna work from home, right? You're not gonna be a motherfucker at home, right? Well, I got a job. I'm gonna be a motherfucker. Tweedledee or Tweedledoo or Facebook after I'm fucking done having my fucking thumb up my ass all day and lick it out and lick it clean or whatever and doing jack shit nothing in my life. And I'm also gonna be a motherfucker, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, but you're not gonna work from home, right? I don't think you're on your best behavior. I don't think you do your best work when you're at home. So maybe you should go do it in the office. It's a little twist, a little remix, an old joke. Oh, werewolves, Bud Lake. Who is that? Is that Bruce Springsteen? I forgot who composed that song. Uh, werewolves, Bud Lake. You know what? Even though I'm studying like Buddhism now, and I'm looking for more of like, even though it's not necessarily very empirically well substantiated, but I'm just looking for more assurance because I did this because I used to research that stuff in the past too. Because I'm not an ignoramus. I'm very well cultured, but like the exact specificities about like the religious dogma, whatever else. And you know what? Even concerning Christianity, but like certain denominations of Christianity, and even certain cultural things throughout the world that are even secular. I don't know, like if I don't want to participate, then I reserve my right not to. And I think a lot of people will probably agree with me. It's like they think maybe it might be embarrassing, or it's like, or maybe it's like a little antiquated and old and outdated or whatever. But I don't know. I'm very intellectually curious, and that stimulates me in terms of how people think about life and how they view the world and impermanence and so on and so forth, and how they take it in stride or whatever else. And you know, just tangentially, so concerning people's personal private lives, I'm very prim and proper and very cordial. So it's like with me, I already make it clear. It's like I'm like, listen, I'm sorry to ask you these things. I'm not trying to be like, a peeping tom into your life or whatever. I'm like, well, if you don't want to talk about it, then just mention it. Then I won't talk about it. And then if that's already a given, usually I won't even mention it. Like if it seems that way. But like I, I like to try and be very how can I say this, very two-way and very reciprocal with people to try and, make them feel better. I try and like relate with them and, ask them about their life and like, and that actually helps me too, because it's like, it's a good way of socializing and having relationships with people and whatever else. And that's part of being, that's part of the social aspect of being a social animal, like a human being. So, and then I like to tell people about myself and just have conversations. I think that's still very intellectually stimulating. I was watching Spartacus, the movie, earlier today, and let me make sure I just clear this because I want to make sure that I don't call him by accident. So I was like, this movie's a little cheesy because I actually enjoyed reading the actual events that happened on Wikipedia better than the movie. I was like, you know, no, I want to use my time wisely because when you become highly intelligent, like your standard of entertainment is a lot higher. But I don't know, my meticulousness concerning my fondness for life and caring about other people, that's still that standard is still not that it hasn't been raised to superfluidity and like overt evil or something or even subvert evil like that's like a sequitur. But I'm very interested even more so in helping the very disenfranchised and the poor and the underclass because I'm one of those people even ironically enough even in the illusion of living in my father's house where it seems they're going to make fun of me for being a useless leech and a mooch or whatever else. That's not the case. So, and yep. And then when I talk to people just tangentially, so but when I'm mentioning this, I like to uh, I like to relate with them, and then I guess if they like doing drugs too, maybe I guess if I'm in the race team, maybe smoke some weed or drink some beer or have some cigarettes or whatever. It's a good way to bond with your male friends. Even I guess if you like them in other ways, go to the gym, exercise. That's a good way to bond. You spend some time talking about you're shooting the shit about the fraternity as it were, fraternization. That's a good way to build camaraderie because then you're training each other and then you're talking about some good tangible life skills and whatever else, and that's very promotional and what's the word I'm looking for here, propagative, if I'm going to use the proper verb here, verbiage of like somebody's betterment and taking care of their body and so on and so forth. So I've very much changed, but it wasn't because the torture was very well justified. That doesn't give me a very good impression because they could have just easily. We already went over this like a long time ago. They could have just easily tried to help me in other ways. So by just telling me about neuroscience or yeah, that somehow we know you, even though we're not supposed to know who you are. You're just a random person from the city. So yeah, that's already a non sequitur that I'm not gonna fall prey to your extortion scheme. So but if I could talk to a lot of people who are obese or out of shape or have like high cholesterol or whatever else, I would like to be a good role model and an exemplary, or even like a lot of stuff like where epigenetic syndromes can be ameliorated by taking these substances. I think that's really miraculous to kind of see that, and you know what, the empirical science is what it is because that's fundamentally, I think at least, irreconcilably, inevitably unchangeable because that's like a fundamental that's like a fundamental constituency. Uh, that's a fundamental constituency of empirical reality. So it's like what I'm trying to tell you is like when you see stuff like that in your research as a function of reductionist physicalism, that's fundamentally unchangeable in terms of the laws of the nature of physics. So that's just the physical nature of reality. So if people are going to try and question you predicated on that, and the science is well peer reviewed and so on and so forth, and very well substantiated, that sort of skepticism is not very well warranted because fundamentally you're talking about something that's irreconcilably an inevitability of, of an impossibility to change, which means that empirically, with enough pure substantiation, you're basically talking about something that's 100% true nonetheless. So, but not entirely in terms of absolute truth, but you know, what else are we going to talk about then? So, if you're talking about something beyond your empirical, reality, then fundamentally, then it must be paranormal or whatever else. But drugs are physical substances, so when you take a drug, it's not like you're, casting a magic spell on yourself. You're taking a psychoactive substance or a non-psychoactive substance that's a particular type of some physical substance that doesn't enter your body. So that's already a given, right? Yeah, I don't know if you can hear it on the live stream, but I'm hearing a lot of strange noises. It doesn't sound like my burner, my old burner. It sounds like somebody's on the property. I'm ready to call the police and get into a fight with you. And I'm telling you, I've trained my dog as an attack dog too. If you really think you're gonna traffic me or hurt me, you're gonna die, and the police are gonna come here. So why don't I call them now? Because just because I hear something doesn't mean that I have the overt evidence of the criminality. I'm waiting for you to establish probable cause to me to call the police if you think you're going to come here and commit crime. That's it. I'm waiting for you to prove my point, and then when the police come here, I'll say, listen, what I'm saying is true. The criminals came here, and then many times in Elizabeth that happened, where the police believed me and so on and so forth, and then I established the probable cause of the criminality was happening, and then you saw what happened. So just because you hear something, it sounds anomalous, doesn't establish the probable causality that it's criminality. The police need to have direct evidence that that's necessarily happening. So I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting because I already know it's anomalous, and that's what it seems like to me. But I'm not going to get myself in trouble and go ahead and check by exposing myself in a situation in terms of the vantage point that I have right now. I'm already well secure in the house at 11:35 p.m. on a Tuesday night. So nope, I'm good. You do know you're fighting somebody with an IQ of like around 270 up to 300, right? Or even higher than that at this point. Maybe even something substantially higher, but that's relatively arbitrary. So you know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about how proud I am about having lost all that weight. I'm 300 pounds now, but 9 months ago I was 400 pounds. Oh, I need to see what time my appointment is. I forgot. I think it's 9:30. 9:30. Oh, you asked me how long can I last for? A long time. Are they torturing me right now? Nah. Well, if you think that I'm interesting, then that it is what it is. But I'll call you when I need you. Listen, there's no point in wasting people's time, and this applies to anybody. Whenever you have the direct evidence that establishes the probable causality, then you call the police if you need to, because I'm sure they would love to see what I'm talking about directly. I'm sure all of the residents in Mount Olive would love to see who all of their new neighbors are when they come to John the Sheriff's house for a housewarming party, a home greeting party or whatever. I'm sure they'd love to see that. I'm sure I'm sure I'd love to see the reaction on Kiwi Farms of all that slander when I fucking killed like 15 people at once. And then and then they're gonna say, listen, the guy's just schizophrenically hallucinating or whatever. No, of course he didn't kill, 15 crab Maga Israeli soldiers or whatever at once by himself with his dog by beating them in the head with a flashlight or whatever while calling the police and hitting them with a chopper as it were. I would love to see the reaction on Kiwi Farms. They would probably still ask or chirp their own fucking form and say, listen, the guy is schizophrenically hallucinating. Even though that's empirical reality, we have proof that even though this is all slanderous libel, you know what? It actually didn't happen. We're the masters of blood libel. Sincerely, Joshua Connor, Kanye's Moon. I haven't checked. I haven't checked their latest, reports from the fucking the fucking slanderous libel newswire of the New York Times or whatever they got on Kiwi Farms. So because they have a few beat reporters on me, and all they do is just sit in the computer trying to harvest and ring out slanderous libel, whether they're talking about it in person or online about me. And that's all they do. So I don't have time for that. What I'm craving. I want a fucking cigarette. If I was working, I'd be hitting the vape. You know what? I found a nice vendor, a nice wholesaler and clearance dealer. They're selling these mods from what is it? Geek Vape, and they're like the little small ones, the little small profile ones with almost a one ampere 1 ampere hour 1 ampere hour battery in terms of the total charge for the hour, in terms of how long it'll last for the particular charge, the discharge thereof. And I was looking at it, and it's like a little small one. I'm sorry for my terminology because sometimes it's a little incorrect. It's a little small one that has a 2 milliliter tank. I was like, nice for like $20, and then they give you like some coils and stuff too, because usually the MSRP on those is like around $35. Or it depends. It depends. But that was a nice wholesaler clearance one, and they have it like in a bunch of different colors. But and they have like the carbon fiber black. I was like, yeah, that's nice. I'm looking for a nice mod like that, a little discreet one for, and it was like 17 or $18, and usually those MSRP for like 35 or $30. But see, that was a clearance website that I just found. Like I'm looking for Aegis listings, but I'm sure there's probably other vendors. But the best time for this was like 2020, 2019, 2019 and 2020 when they were just selling Aegis for fucking cheap as hell. Now it's so expensive to buy Aegis. matter of fact, I think there should be some deregulation concerning the vice taxes on ethanol, alcohol, and cigarettes because those vice taxes are way too high on cigarettes. And I wanted to know where those taxes are going on cigarettes. But with combustion, I definitely support, I guess, some laws where if your jurisdiction says you can't smoke there, then I guess it's reasonable for it to be outside of the discretion of you to smoke there. Like for example, if you're gonna go walk by a little playground or like a pre-K or a kindergarten and you're gonna smoke cigarettes and blow the smoke into their face, then I think you should probably get arrested for criminal menacing and harassment or whatever. You do know that the combustion of tobacco is even carcinogenic and acutely toxic for second and third hand particulate, right? But obviously, one cigarette for you, even through first hand combustion, is probably not going to give you the worst cancer of your life. But you probably don't want to keep smoking for the rest for like 10 or 15 or 20 years. So, but occasionally I do enjoy a nice black and mild, like casino, like the little short tip ones that are like maybe about like the size of 100 cigarette. Those are nice. I like those. Or even a whole black and mild for $1. Smoke that. What about marijuana? Yeah, I used to smoke a lot of marijuana, but I have to be in the right state of mind. And if I'm too paranoid, then I don't like it. But I don't know. Even if I have a little alcohol in my systems, sometimes it makes me a little too paranoid nowadays. But I used to love it. But I'm more somebody who likes alcohol. I like to relax. I'm too tense sometimes. That's suspicious as fuck. It's been 2 hours and 18 minutes. What the fuck is that noise? I'm not gonna check. It sounds like somebody's trying to come into my back, through my back patio doors. I'm gonna call the police if you're outside. If I hear you come in, I'm calling the police, and I'm gonna fight you. I'm not gonna go soft against that. Good night. I'm gonna call the police. surprised them. My dog could be deep asleep 2 a.m., but with that noise is strange. That's weird. Sounds like somebody's farting or trying to open the door. I'm telling you, if you think the police won't come here, or if that I've, or if I'm not gonna fight back, you're stupid. I'm gonna kill you if you try and traffic me or hurt my dog or hurt me, and I will call the police too. I already know I'm getting prime for abuse for being this paranoid, this and that, and whatever. But I will call the police. I will. And if that's not a deterrent to you, then let's see what you think when I'm gonna fight to the death and the police are gonna come here. You're stupid. Just go home. Stop bothering me. You know that I can stay awake for a very long time, right? And if I have to, I'll just keep live streaming continuously. I'll get some sleep eventually, but I'm not always a heavy sleeper, so I can wake up. Yeah, that definitely wasn't the boiler or whatever else. That w- yep, it sounds like you're trying to open the back patio doors. You stupid. Good thing I started live streaming 2 hours ago. If you really know what's good for you, you should come here because you should see what's happening to me and the entire world at large, and see that John LaSharis is not only a good boy, but that you deserve to not suffer, in a very bad fate, and that you have a lot of power to manifest your own destiny in terms of living in peace with humanity. And if you don't think so, look at the proof in the pudding. What's the holdup problem here? You know how many years it's been since you've been telling me I gotta do this, I gotta do that, and whatever else. What's the holdup problem? Man, get the fuck out of here. If you know what's good for you, you'll just fucking piss off and stop bothering me. You must think that I'm stupid. And I'm not trying to be, machismo. This is just another whatever Tuesday night until we get to Wednesday. And if you don't think I'm ready to call the police, I am. So Just even to think I'm an ignoramus, as if I don't know about, as if I don't know about close quarters combat, as if I don't know about martial arts in terms of grappling, maintaining distance or whatever else, not gassing myself out or whatever else. I don't care if you're training that either, but you seem to think that I'm just some pushover or whatever else. Even if you bring multiple fucking pieces of shit to come here and die or whatever you want it to do, if that's what you want, and you're gonna get exactly what you want. Do I like doing this? No, of course not. I just want to live my life. I don't like seeing anybody get hurt. I don't want to be your rape slave. Go kill yourself. Stop bringing for hogwash bullshit. I'm interested in doing my reading of Hinduism and Buddhism. But it's not like I've never studied that stuff before, but I'm interested in the more exact semantics. almost 2 hours and 40 minutes. If you're still trying to get into this property and you don't think the police are going to come here, and if you don't think I'm going to fight, you're stupid. I wouldn't doubt it if my real neighbors are going to are going to converge here and shoot you too. Good. Yep. I want people to be free and happy. I want them to have I want them to have as much liberty and autonomy as possible and to live very happy and fulfilled and contented lives. I'm not interested in controlling you. I'm not interested in hurting you. I'm interested in maintaining the civility and civilization and seeing as many people be as happy as possible and reaching their greater, higher contentedness and fulfillment in life. don't be scared. If it's actually happening, then get some backup. I already told you because the fear is not going to help you because if they're going to do this to me, they're going to do this to other people around here too, and they're going to do this to other people around the world. So you know what that means? They're not going to support you. They're going to use you as henchmen for a little while, and then they're going to do the same thing to you. They don't care about you. They want to cause, in terms of my assessment, they want to cause as much pain to as many people as possible. Even the people they're using, the criminals as henchmen, they're probably going to torture them too. Is there any way that you can trust them? If they give you money or whatever else, these people that are doing this are extremely evil and they're trying to defeat you in detail. If they've already tried to bribe you, that's already a sign within and of itself that they don't even value your life. They're trying to use you. That's already a given. It's a non sequitur because even if I forget my phone, I'm not fucking mentally retarded. Did you forget that? Hello? Are you still playing fucking mentally retarded thought games with yourself? Oh, I found out. I'm fucking mentally retarded. I gotta define my relation. I'm a fucking thiefity. You're at fucking 4 right now. This is a fucking thought exercise and like thinking about cheat. My entire life is a fucking hogwash. It's very muddy. I just flushed my entire life down the drain. And you're still doing this stupid bullshit. Like I'm your motherfucking zaddy. I'm your zaddy. Zuckerberg, I'm your zaddy teaching you how to live your life. You should, damn girl, you should know by now. You need how to live your life. You ain't living it right. It's too late. It's too late to get a life. It's time to go flush yourself down the toilet with your God and whatever your false God, your false promises. Girl, shouldn't be quad. Google. I'm about to upload every fucking video I could ever upload to Google right now. Girl, you're lucky to get this content on YouTube for free, girl. Seems like you're really wolf speeding for the bruising of your life by bothering the living hell out of me. Oh, if I have to, I guess you're right. Then you have to come here, and I have to wolf speed the bruising of your life. That's already a given. So you're right. Then I guess I have to at this point. So come here and get the wolf speeding for the bruising of your life, you motherfucker. Sincerely, myself. In reality. Still thinking about jiggling my asshole, big boy. calling, my higher calling in life. I found out what I wanted to do. So I wanted to work at a pop-up mom and pop rim job shop right around the corner from where lemonade is made. And found out my higher calling, my my greater resonance with the universe at large. You know, undulating, undulating and being hocked to it to infinity and beyond, like Buzz Lightyear or whatever. What are you? What are you trying to do? You're trying to turn me into your Buzz Lightyear. to, this is your year, Buzz Lightyear. I'm gonna undulate your asshole to infinity and beyond. What are you trying to do? To teach me a lesson about physics or whatever? Undulating, activating. I'm just looking at you. Fucking retard. You're fucking deepity. You're fucking deepity. That's what I really think about you. And you're supposed to be this and that. You go with this, you go with that. You should go with this. This is what that. That's fucking wet. Whatever. You're fucking deepity. You're fucking deepity. I just ignore you. I'm gonna undulate your asshole to infinity and beyond. I'm gonna whoop speed your asshole to infinity and beyond. And then I'm gonna counter with existential threats that have zero meaning in physicality. Don't don't make me don't make me torture you for infinity. Don't make me hit you with a chopper for the rest of infinity. don't make me don't make me say anything to infinity. Listen, I'm not entertaining mockery because mockery is with for me. Like even since I was a little kid, sometimes to make a joke here or there. But I only used to really mock people, like when they were really fresh with me, or if they were abusing me, and like sometimes I'd make a little joke here or there. But I was like everybody else, kind of imperfect growing up, whatever, little kid, whatever, growing up. But nowadays, it's only because you keep fucking trying to undulate my ass or whatever else, and I was like, shit. What time is it? It's 2:27 a.m. Really? Really? Well, it's not about being scared. It's about pragmatic means to reduce risk liability and increase risk mitigation in terms of your stupidity and you wasting your time coming here and bothering the living hell out of me. Listen, man, time out. Stop supporting people like Zuckerberg. Don't you see what's happening to myself and the entire world at large? You need to put yourself in timeout and think and say, man, this particular guy, Mr. John LaSharis, he didn't do anything at all. He's very innocent. But then again, it's also very delusional in terms of what's happening to him, in terms of what I'd like to happen to myself, and also the entire world at large. To think that anybody really wants that to happen to them. And look at how much he's resisting. Look at how much anybody else would particularly resist. More importantly, it's like, well, if I'm gonna let somebody like Mark Zuckerberg get into my fucking ear and then convince me about the fucking land of milk and honey in the guy's fucking backyard or whatever. He's just talking. Mr. Zuckerberg's just talking a whole lot of bullshit, And you know what he's doing? He's making you throw your fucking life away for him. And he's the one who is abusing you and whatever else. I just want the civility back in civilization. If he's Mr. Zuckerberg, he's already resorting to the fucking violence. And it's not necessary. If you let that guy fucking fiddle you like a fucking whatever, fiddle you like a diddle or whatever, then he's the one pulling your strings and playing with you, man. And that's just horse shit. He's a piece of shit. Tell him to go fuck himself. So listen, it's not even really about the risk with this guy or anybody else. I don't want to be used by you. Tell that motherfucker to go fuck himself. Or if he gives you money, just tell him, just hit him like a pinata for money or whatever, and tell him to go fuck himself. So listen, you're stupid, retard. No, you think life doesn't work that way. Well, tell him to go fuck himself. That's it. If it comes down to the brass tacks, I'll tell you what. If you think you're stupid enough to breach holes into this house or whatever else, or get into this house, or even run up on me in real life, I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna hit you with a great work for sure. I'm gonna call the police and I'm gonna hit you with a great work. My dog's got a great work for you. Right after she's done fucking snarling, snarling the living hell at you and fucking biting your balls off, she's gonna fucking shit out a great work right down your throat. She needs a place to fucking dump her shit. So if you think life doesn't work that way, then I guess you're gonna get what you want. Good and fine. If Mrs. Zuckerberg is telling you that you're not gonna get whatever you want until you come here and bother me, then come here and bother me and get what you want. Mrs. Piggy Bird. I gotta put an alert on my phone. Oh, nobody's watching my live stream. Well, listen, this it's 2:32 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast. It's fucking Wednesday morning. Do you think most people are gonna be tuned in to Charles Harris TV like they're fucking listening to like a fucking radio show or whatever, like driving to work or whatever? No, I don't care about that. I gotta put an alert for the doctor tomorrow or today. When he gets suppressed. Dude, you're stupid. I have evidence everywhere, all over the internet and whatever else. There are a bunch of people that back up my evidence and whatever else. So I'm gonna put it right here. For some reason, a lot of people seem to know who I am, and I get like sometimes, I don't even pay for views. I don't even know who's doing it, but like whenever I post stuff on Twitter or like sometimes on YouTube or whatever else, sometimes it aggregates hundreds upon thousands of views, and I'll just tell you flat out, I don't have any money, so I don't pay for those views. So I'm like, I don't even know where those views come from, but whatever it is, whatever you're doing, it's half-assed censorship and suppression. So, but if that's still not a deterrent to you, I don't really care because functionally it should be. But even then, what should be a deterrent is what I'm going to do to you if you try and come here and bother me. But even if it's not a deterrent to you, then I don't care. So you can come here and then you see how you're going to get checked by realistically by anyone, including myself. But with me, it's particularly worse because I'm highly trained, in combat and whatever else, and I'm highly skilled and resilient, and I'm very intelligent too. But getting resistance from anybody should be a deterrent to you because functionally, you know, you're invading into somebody's personal private space and on their private property. Ain't nobody got time for that. And I'll tell you what, most people, like almost 100% of people, are not going to accept you violating their personal rights and then getting into their space. They're probably going to get fucking aggressive as hell. They're going to call the police. They're probably going to fucking pump you full of rounds or whatever else. I can almost guarantee you that almost everybody on earth, if you're going to get up in their face, they're probably going to defend themselves, and they're not going to just take it lying down. That's what I really think. That's I think people's fight or flight instinct is not going to be flight if they have to fight, because I don't think they're just going to just take it lying down. Maybe people would be scared, but I think like almost 100% of people would actually fight if they had to. But then again, I don't know the psychological study on data on this. But that's just my presumption, my intuition. But I have to look that up. But with me, that's what it's gonna be. And this is where I live, so there's no flight option that I want to pursue. No. Okay, now gaslighting or whatever else. I'm just gonna ignore you. Nope. Sometimes I have a legitimate concern within the proximity of danger. I feel like I need to have accountability, stuff like this, and it's reasonable concerning what's happening to me. So nope, that's not gonna happen. And as a matter of fact, since I love my dad so much, what would happen is, I would probably, if I had some good discretionary income, I'd probably pitch in or even pay for some good CCTV wireless cameras to set up in my dad's house for him, because I care about him and love him. So there have been numerous times in the past when I used to work where I would just give him money or whatever, because he would ask me sometimes, and I'd say, okay, whatever. Even if you can't pay me back, it's already a given that it's okay because I love you and whatever else. So I was like, but just if you can, then that's it. If you can't, but if you can't, then it's already understood that I'm doing this because I love you and whatever else. But my dad has been taking care of my mom and my brother, so I love them. And I was like, well, I have the opportunity to not only help you right now in this particular happenstance, but I was like, don't worry, it's already a given that this is something that is not even just a gift, but it's something that I feel like I owe to you because I care about you. And I was like, I understand that sometimes things can be tough. So I was like, whatever. And then I was like, well, even though I work and I'm highly optimal with how I spend my money and save my money, I was like, it's already a given that I love you very much, so I understand. And you know what? The only thing that I didn't really do in terms of spending my money well, when I used to work full time, was sometimes I would spend quite a lot of superfluous money on food, but even that was well controlled too. So a lot of my discretionary spending later on in life was spent on smart drugs and stuff um, like nicotine e-juice, but that wasn't even a large amount of money that I would spend. Even just making minimum wage at $15 an hour, um, after I had gotten many promotions, I would always have $1,000 plus in my bank account for emergencies. My bills were paid off, and my father was still helping me with some bills because I was paying for student loans and a bunch of bills at the same time. But I always had a lot of discretionary income and, surplus from my work because I don't know. There's not really that much to spend your money on when you're somebody like me because it seems like a lot of stuff is superfluous nonsense. It seems like there's a lot of markups for things that are necessary in life. So um, I'm a very educated consumer, and then even if I was gonna make a lot of money, money is still money for what it is. I mean, I'm not gonna be a stingy penny pincher because I'm just like Ebenezer Scrooge who just wants to have money for money. No, it's because money takes time to earn in life, and it takes work and whatever else. So if I'm gonna dedicate it towards any particular purpose or person, I want to make sure that it's utilized wisely as a function of the time that I spend, and so on and so forth, instead of just being superfluously flushed down the toilet on stupid bullshit. And a good case point, or good case in point, or case example is like spending $15 for a fucking coffee at Starbucks. Listen, if you want to spend your money that way, that's fine. But with me, I've got my belt buckle tightened up because I am spending nowhere close to $15, even for a value-added cup of coffee. Cost of cup, cost of coffee, cost of cost a value-added cost of a cup of coffee because that's basically what it is anyway. It's just coffee and milk and sugar, and just in different forms. And there's no way I'm going to spend close to, even though I'm exaggerating, even close to an extreme hyperbolic markup like that for coffee. That's not going to happen. But I don't know. Sometimes I go to 7-Eleven and buy food in the morning or whatever. 7-Eleven was a good deal sometimes, but sometimes they had some bad markups too, and I wouldn't spend money on that. Like some taquitos or some fucking, some French vanilla coffee, even though it's a little bit weaker. I know it tastes good, so I like it. And then maybe go for a Colombian roast, whatever. And then I would always go for like the intermediary size, if I remember correctly, because the larger ones were a little bit more marked up. And I was like, okay, whatever, it's just coffee anyway. So, uh, and then I didn't even spend that much on food anyway. It was only because I would go to like the grocery store and I would get like and junk food and stuff because I was very stressed because I was being tortured. But at work, and all of my jobs, I was treated very well, except for a few occasions concerning health issues and stuff like that. In other work before I had my full time work. So um, as a matter of fact, I'm quite interested in going back to work again. Um, I've been looking for full-time employment, but now the people abuse me because I'm looking for a good use of my time, and I would like to apply myself in terms of my greater intellect now, and I would like to work more rigorously, have a good purpose in my life, the things that I do, because like a lot of the time I spend at home, I feel like is wasted on sometimes the superfluidity of the fact that I'm the victim of a heinous and grievous civil suppression campaign. And for years, I've been very, very much abused. So, at least even in terms of the abuse that's secretly happening, at least I'm trying to utilize my time well. I would say that, like, on some of my worst days, even with some of the worst abuse that I go through, I get about 50 to like 55% of what I need to get done in terms of like basic responsibilities because I'm being very much abused. And then like up till I would say like 45% in the worst days of my actual superfluous goals. And then as of lately, even though I'm still being extremely abused, I'm trying to salvage and not spiral out of control with with my life because of what they've done to me, and they just basically left me for dead as a targeted individual unless I'm going to be their hostage and slave. So nowadays, it's more like 80 to 85% of my daily responsibilities are more succinctly taken care of as a function of taking care of myself, and about approximately the same in terms of my goals. But then I still forget things, and I'm not perfect. So um, uh, but what I'm doing now is like much more of a healthy outlet of I'm pursuing much more healthy outlets than I was before, like just going on the street begging for money for for alcohol and whatever else, and then also spending all of my time just in a neuroleptic and antipsychotic induced daze, like an anesthetized daze, just lying in my apartment, lying in bed because I'm just like too out of it to even recover. So um, I can't live like that either. I can't be a 400 plus pound roly poly who's going to be extremely unhealthy. And like, it's not even because of like stupid things like impotency or whatever else. That doesn't really matter so much to me. It's like being a neuroleptic zombie. I can't do that. I have a human life to live, and that's like an especially worse way to go. Like just to off yourself being like a 400, 500, 600, 700 pound roly poly, and not because I have like superfluous or like a malicious ambition, but it's because of like the fact that I'm letting my human life go by the wayside. It's like every single day I feel like I'm a zombie, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna need to get off of these substances for a little while, the antipsychotics, and then go back to my epigenetic positive feedback enhancement over time and whatever else. And even if I'm going to be abused and tortured, and even now, that stuff is still in my system, the neuroleptics, and even in lesser amounts because they gave me quite a lot of that stuff. Um, but as a function of the anomalies in the nature of the science thereof, it seems like as a function of what's necessarily happening, that this epigenetic enhancement is overriding the dopaminergic blockade thereof of these particular substances, which I find to be quite miraculous. But it took quite a long time for that to actually be induced. So there needs to be more research and development concerning that because it seems like this is a function of many different interplay of epigenetic factors at once. And even this is particularly cutting edge real science here because of the fact that this is a gross outlier because there's not a lot of people, even in the neurogenetics community, that intensely take epigenetically enhancing compounds like I do. Like like for example, like in terms of consuming culinary spices and flavonoids at extremely high concentrations. I was serving ChatGPT and looking at the internet. Like I consume almost like 3.5 to 4 grams of flavonoids per day. Most people barely even consume like point four to like point 0.8 grams of flavonoids barely. And you can even tell in the American diet, most people don't even have like anywhere close to the concentration of flavonoids that I have in my diet, and especially highly bioactive flavonoids or even other epigenetically enhancing compounds, or even superphysiological dosing of, of compounds thereof that are naturally found in the body, which have loophole processes. All right, I gotta go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. But um, I'm not scared or intimidated by stupidity, so I'm ready to protect myself. So it's good that I rested because I'm giving myself time to recover and whatever else. And I want to check my dog Rally to make sure she's not scared and she's okay. Hopefully she's all right. And then I want to check my house and stuff too. But I'm not intimidated, and I'm not stupid, so I know how to clear rooms and whatever else, and I know how to mitigate risk. So, and also I'm going to call my best friends at the Mount Olive Police Department for some backup because it's my good civic duty to do so, and so on and so forth if it's necessary. But like I told you, this is not like I'm not letting you prime me for abuse here as a function of what's happening to me lately. Sometimes I feel like it's a necessity, but then if it's an absurdity to think about, I don't even pay attention to it. Like in the close proximity of anomalous things happening to me, like if they're not happening, then I don't feel like there's a necessity to gather evidence or whatever else, or even live stream. And it's not even because I'm just trying to be voyeuristic or whatever. I told you it's like a functional and reasonable judgment on my behalf. I think reasonably so, if you're going to give me the fair benefit of the doubt, that I think anybody should do if you feel like it's necessary to do so, even as a function of other people resorting to reducing you to psychopathy, then if you will substantiate your claims, even though they might be slightly outlandish, and you're very consistent and clear, and you're very empirical about, the imperative nature of your evidence, then the argument's more on your behalf. It's more on your side because that can be very convincing to people and say, listen, that kind of evidence is particularly, it doesn't give people a good impression about what might happen to them. Um, and also what's happening to particular individuals, especially in terms of like the particular utilitarian calculus of particular individuals in terms of their idea that they might want to help a lot of other people, and they're extremely useful. And I'm starting to think about it this way because I don't like comparing human beings that way because I'm very egalitarian on a kind of just human rights basis. But a lot of people think that way in terms of like what's happening to innocent people sometimes. So I'm not trying to leverage that in my favor to just appeal to your gross emotions or whatever else. But that's just something people realistically think about sometimes too. But I guess that's also a benefit in my favor for people wanting to protect me because vice versa, the same thing applies with me, but more on an egalitarian basis. So I've always been of that particular mindset, even though people don't think about human rights as being fundamentally equivalent for others. I try and think so on a very realistic basis. So um, I don't like seeing human beings suffer, and I would like to help them in any way possible. But I have realistic limitations and means too. So it's like there's only so much that I can really do. So but it's not like obviously it's not an excuse on my behalf, but it's like there's only so much they can do for billions of people myself. So I've always been a proponent and an advocate of even indirectly so self-subsistence and self-reliance and self-liberation. And I think that's a fundamental sticking point. It's a fundamental tenet of solidarity with all of life, not just human beings. So it's a good place to start, especially with yourself to promote such things and be an advocate thereof, proponent thereof. And I think I've been, especially if you don't believe me directly, I think I've been indirectly an example of that with the way I've treated my friends and family. And even though I'm not perfect, I've always been very much a proponent of such things. Even with my friends and family and other people indirectly that I don't even know, sometimes taking a risk on my own behalf to sometimes protect the innocent and whatever else in terms of whatever I could do and people who are being severely abused. And my father's the same way too. And it would be a little weird because you would see him and he's not like as big and muscular as I am. But my father, you shouldn't underestimate him. Like so he's very proficient and skilled martial arts and close quarters combat too. And he was even though this is his personal business, but I like to mention it sometimes, not to show off or whatever else, but just to demonstrate that you shouldn't underestimate any opponent. My father was in the Brazilian military. He's highly intelligent too. I would say he has an IQ of around 125 to 130, but he was a special forces operator fighting against FARC, the Colombian paramilitary group that hides in the Colombian rainforest and in terms of the Amazon rainforest subsection thereof. And he got shot in the stomach when he was fighting against the FARC separatists, the paramilitary group. And he was the material specialist for the Brazilian army, and he was also an artillery specialist and the logistics logistics specialist, and he was a transportation specialist too. So he had a multifaceted role, and he knows how to fly helicopters and do a lot of different things too. So um, the one thing with my father is that he's a little too old school with technology, so I like to help him with that sometimes, and I'm looking to be a very good son to him for him. And sometimes I help him with like things that he already does quite well because I like to train myself too, like for like accounting and also like sometimes I'll inspect the house and I'm not like trying to do stupid science experiments or whatever. I remember there was one memory I had, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom soon. But one memory I had, we were fixing the pool in the backyard because we used to have a pool here before the earthquake in 2017. The magnitude, whatever it was, 5.7 or 5.8, destroyed that pool. And I applied my knowledge of structural integrity in terms of the foundation of the pool, and we got a little jack, and then fixed one of the bases of the pool, and we were both working on it. And I'm not even fundamentally an architect or even an engineer or work in construction, but I am highly educated, and my father and I did a good assessment of the foundation of the pool, and the physics thereof, and then it was like one of the bases, one of the pillars, the foundations of the foundation, and then that stabilized the entire structure. And then, unfortunately, that earthquake destroyed the foundation, and I believe the municipality and or his insurance company for the property said they didn't want the pool back there with all of that destructive stuff because it was a hazard, and it was a refuge for like wildlife and whatever else. So whatever whatever the case is. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Well, sometimes I do have a legitimate concern that I could, very well substantiate predicated on what's happening to me. But I don't have time for absurdities, even in terms of pragmatic realities or whatever else. So I would much rather, in the utilitarian calculus of living my life, I'd much rather go to sleep than be irrationally concerned about nonsense that's not happening. So do I care if people watch? To a certain extent, I do, but in the reverse way. You should only watch if you want to. Who the fuck is gonna watch something like this for hours and hours? I don't care. Even if you think it's embarrassing, I don't care. Whatever. I'll tell you what. Let's see how you'd feel when you were being criminally, if you were being criminally harassed and gang stalked or wherever else and abused. Let's see what you would do. I don't know if you would do something similar. I wouldn't really judge you for it. I'd say, listen, that's smart on your behalf, and then I would probably watch sometimes too. Even if you put timestamps there and you could show me convincing evidence of gang stalking or whatever else, I'd advocate for you because I used to do that. As a matter of fact, sometimes I query the internet and I look for people who claim to be targeted individuals, and then I want to see their evidence, and I want to see their evidence of gang stalking or abuse and whatever else. And I'm just interested. I'm interested to see why you're being gang stalked by perpetrators, and why you're being victimized too. So, all right, I'll be right back. My tone was recovering nicely. Well, I already told you that. Yes, sometimes I do have a legitimate concern, and if it's necessary, I'll call the proper authorities and so on and so forth if necessary. Because listen, right now, there doesn't seem to be that much extreme danger or whatever. But if I feel like if that's the case, then I'll just go back on a stupid live stream or whatever. So right now, it's done. But I would like to get started with my day, even though it's quite early in the morning. So I already have enough sleep. So uh, because of the epigenetic changes in my body, I don't need that much sleep. So I would like to go through this periodically as well to check this, but that's something here and there. So thank you. See you later.